Mic check, mic check. Okay, that looks okay. First, hello. Chat test. Hi there. Okay, so today I've got a new cam setup. It's it's nothing that you can really see, but yeah, I got the cam on a clamp.
Feeling better today?
No, I've been sleeping 4 hours and now just gotten up, and it's in the middle of the day. You can probably see the time in my system tray. Yeah, normally I'm not sleeping at that time. I'm feeling okay, but I'm sleepy. Yeah, and I've got some symptoms like because I'm always snorting. My skin is now a little bit red and itchy. So normally I would be at training right now, doing jogger, but I'm not feeling like I can go out and do sports right now. Well, I could go out and do sports right now, but I shouldn't. I would just make other people feel. I would just spread my sickness. Yeah, that's why I shouldn't go out to other people. Yeah, but I'm going to start with the log. The log for the 10th of April. Today we're going to work on. We need to push to Git. It's very important. I didn't do that, even though the project is in a good state right now, and I haven't pushed lately. Just for safety. Then we're going to work on the brush attributes. Brush attributes. Yeah, because right now we can give the brushes a name and two other attributes, and they do nothing. They are there, which is good, but I need to work in that they do something. Shouldn't be that hard, but yesterday I had a task where it was about adding foldouts over here, yeah, and that took forever for random reasons, so we never know how long things take. So that's quite nice that this is there now. I don't have to close these manually every time. Now on default these foldouts would close every time. Yes, that I fixed that. Now they stay in the state that you set them last. Then add the serialized field to mapping and tools that you defined with which brush it will work with. Yeah, so this is going to be a task that is going to be a little bit tricky. Like, where when I come to this task, I will probably think about a little bit of how this should be done right in the structure. And then we come to cleanup task, use summary for the comments as comment style for methods. So this is like over here, summary, param, and this has the benefit that you can then, when you look at the method, see the documentation right away, whereas normally if you go and look at this method, you don't get any description, and I think that the summary style here, that's really nice to have. Probably would want to test out AI to write this for me, but I have to supervise that or probably cancel that. I don't know how good the AI will do that. Yeah. when we move to the assets, let's just clean up, undo history. Oh yeah, that was. Then we have to look and check the undo function again, and try to control and test all the functions if they can be undone with Control Z. Yeah, and this is quite nice to have. Actually, it's not nice to have. It's a must-have defined by Unity, which is very strict, to be honest. But I think if you have the power to do it, you should do it. And I think it's a good thing that they enforce that you need to be able to undo everything. Now, I hear that a lot of assets have a lack of quality, so I'm not sure if they really control that, but in their documentation they are pretty clear about everything that you can undo has to be that you do has to be recorded in the undo function. And then we're going into the testing. So I want to get this done at least. I'm not sure how. I want to get started with this task. I'm not sure if I will get stuck here. And with these tasks, it would be nice. It would be nice if I could really go and get all these tasks done. It would be that I would say that's the best end goal. The goal for yesterday was to do all the tasks, and this one that didn't match. But I think we still got quite far. That is quite nice. Yeah. So let's get started. Okay. So clearly we had the attributes, and we can see immediately that the public will hide asset instances and hide default instances, that they have been grayed out because they are not used. And that actually should not be the case. We have this get brush dropdown name function that should be able to return the default name of every brush, like over here. The prefab brush should be named prefab brush in the drop-down menu over here, but it isn't. You can see that this space is missing, and in other assets, the custom description is also missing as well. Yeah, so we need to look into that. This div can go because the brush washer brush is an abstract class that is not going to be its own brush.
Do you give yourself deadlines?
Of course, and I never keep them. Well, I stopped doing that. Let's say it like that. I once had deadlines, really strict deadlines, where I would go like, okay, now when I started, I was super unrealistic with the deadlines. Like when I had the task like this, get the attributes to work, and I thought like, okay, it's half an hour, and then I put in the tasks, and try to really calculate how long it would take. I really had it on a list, like just on a sheet of paper, and write down the time, and then I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I think in programming, it's kind of toxic to work with it. It's not only toxic, but it's kind of mad to work with deadlines. Then you have to have a release date and a goal to be finished. And it depends a little bit on the type of project and the depth of the project, in my opinion. If you have a feature where you say, okay, I have this game over here, and I want to draw a level, yeah? That's something where I can 100% say, okay, drawing in a level like this, okay, and go over here, the player is going to jump there. If everything is set up, that's super easy, yeah? So you can really make a good time estimate that will take 1 day to make the level, another day to test it, and a third day to correct, yeah? And with a team, you would maybe add a 4th day for the team testing and 5 for evaluation, team meetings, and so on, yeah? Depends a little bit on what kind of time pressure you have and what your goal is. With coding here on the asset, I cannot make a deadline. If I would have done a deadline, it would have been the project quality would have suffered a lot. But I have a set goal, yeah, and that is to be working on this as fast as possible, of course, and to have the base brush forger to be a project that is very flexible in taking any brushes in or out and adjust them to whatever I want to do with them. So I can take this project and expand upon it. Yeah, so I have a strategy and try to fit my needs into that. But with a deadline, if I would have set a deadline, I would have set the deadline in around December, and the cuts that I would have made there, it wouldn't be good. I think it's okay to have a deadline for sprints, maybe. It can help, but it can also push things over the top. But if I say, for example, okay, I want this week for this week to be finished, and that would be, that's actually my goal. And I said 2 weeks because I think that something will go wrong.
Programming is too unpredictable. Better to not sacrifice quality.
Yeah. Now we have also to acknowledge the realities of the world, that we have to be reliable somehow, and if somebody orders some kind of software, that we need to give them a realistic expectation how long it's going to take. So I'm not a fan of people where people who want to get something done, and then they ask the question, how much does it cost and how long will it take? And I think it's a good question. Yeah. It's just hard to answer. Yeah. But I also dislike when people just say I can't predict that and just go. Maybe in a couple of years when I get better, I can predict the timings a little bit better. But at the moment, I'm not that good at time estimates. I would overestimate what I can achieve in the short term. Yeah. And there's also information out there that is kind of puzzling. I once read about a company, a gaming company, that was putting out games every 2 weeks. I'm like, how do you make a game in 2 weeks? Yeah, is it are they just doing mini games, or I don't know. I think they made Android games or something, but I have no idea how they do that. Maybe because basically you cannot do a lot in 2 weeks in programming with gaming. So that sounded like some kind of spam in the Android Play Store or something. But when you're programming on things, I think maybe if you make something in React and you have your framework, you have your frameworks, you have your workspace set up, and you know everything that you reuse your same frameworks every time, and then you just go and push out things. You wouldn't make one website after another, or have your special kind of type of project that you specialize in, that you can really get done. Yeah. I think that's also something that I really recommend to do, because in that case, you're not going to be able to do everything, but what you do, you do really fast, and you're going to be the best in that. Yeah. That's what I think. I wouldn't lean out the window too much, because what I do right here is basically what I'm doing mostly. Yeah. Do you have deadlines? I guess you have some in the projects and sprint meetings. Last time I worked with deadlines, it wasn't really well. Because the deadlines were kind of...
We try to finish the things we plan for the sprint, but it's okay to have carryovers.
I mean, then you go with technical debt. And I think the biggest issue that I see if you just try to go for a sprint and sacrifice on the quality when it comes to coding, you're going to have that time taken away by in the end because you didn't do things right. And then your project will basically fail. If you have built a house without a foundation, if your foundation sucks, it's you're going to start fixing things instead of the foundation that you should have done from the start, and you're going to waste way more time in the end trying to fix things than if you would have done things right from the start. Yeah. So I would say maybe the experienced programmers, they're better at making a really small foundation, really make the foundation as small as it can be, or they just import a lot of frameworks, assets, or whatever they need and use that to their advantage. But I've always been bad with knowing and editing frameworks. I don't even know the reason why. I've never been there. I've seen Unity developers, and they go. The first thing they do when they make an asset, make a new game, is go into Unity Asset Store, and they try to get everything. Yeah? And I think that's the right way. For example, multiplayer. Then you should have, and then you should have a set of options here. What you do for your multiplayer framework. Actually, the frameworks that I can see. Okay, Photon is a known multiplayer network. But I don't know the rest of the frameworks here. I was kind of expecting Mirror and Fishnet to pop up, but I can't see them.
So few reviews on them. Maybe not many people use them.
Photon is used forever by a lot of people, so I'm confused why the rating is so low. Maybe they deleted their entry in the asset store, but it's really weird. Maybe my tag does not work that well. Look at Fishnet. Just looking at some frameworks that I know. Fishnet, for example, is a framework I used that for multiplayer. We have Mirror. I'm not sure if we can find Mirror. We have Mirror 300. So you can find things networking maybe. For some reason I don't find them all at once. I don't know why I don't find Photon thing. Because Photon is one of the go-to options that you have. Here's one with 300 ratings. I would also expect it to be more. Yeah, I thought it would have thousands of ratings. I know that these guys, they have 6,000 likes, 1,000 likes. Here over here, I get their space 8,000 likes. So a lot of people use them. Yeah. But I expected it to be more, to be honest. Yeah. Oh, there's one, but 1,000 ratings, but then it's free. Okay. One thing is these the Photon networking thing is really expensive. Oh man. If you were a mod, how would you filter out these bots? Because the only thing that I know is get a better filter. Yeah.
It depends. Click the gear icon, then click show mod icons.
Yeah.
If you want to keep them and just delete the message, you can. Or if you want to ban.
Yeah, and when I started, I was deleting every message from the bots and reported them, but it got old real quick. Should be able to mod right now. I think I don't have modding enabled right now. Yeah, I blocked him. But the thing with the bots is that doesn't do anything. They write only one time, and then they get come again with another name and try to get around the filter. I'm looking at the filtering. The filtering is actually set to very sensitive. No, I don't see good options here. So I have some filtering enabled, but it doesn't seem to catch it. A little bit dumb. I can add more things in here as words that should be blocked. But I already see that the text messages they try to fetch that already, because by using unusual ASCII characters for the text message. So Havens, are you working a lot with frameworks, by the way? Here's the thing where I'm a little bit thinking. Okay. I'm a little bit like meh. We have these attributes, and I take these from another brush class and inspiration, which is the Unity 2D game object tile brush, and they also define their own attributes. And they have these rules to hide the asset instances. So what this does is, if you have the brush over here, currently we're hiding them all. Okay, if you have the brush over here and create a brush, it's always going to add this to the list. And with the attribute, you can define inside the brush with the attribute that we want to hide all the instances of the brush. So if I set this to true, you should now not be able to see the instances that we create over here, because they are now hidden just by setting this to true. And I got this to work now. It wasn't that hard. And now I'm like, why? I don't know why you would do this though. You can also hide the default instance of the brush. If you maybe that makes sense. If you inherit from the brush forger brush and don't want the brush to show up because you need it for some kind of inheritance, and never you want to actually use that brush, but just want to have a new type of brush and want to hide that, that would make sense. Let's make this to put this to false again. Well, let's actually put both to true. Now we should not be able to see the prefab brush in the list anymore. Yeah. This is false. Now we should be able to see all instances except the brush. So it works. And I'm really thinking about, okay, that's a feature. But why would you do this? I can't think of any good cases where you would create a brush with a right click and then you can't then you can't do anything with that. It would be, why? Why would you have that option? To not have, you have a brush that you can't use. I see why you could do that with a class. You say, okay, I don't want this for the base class. I want the base class to reset to false, yeah? That's okay, but why would you do this over here?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, yeah. Like, I'm trying to come up with a case where you would need this. Creating a brush. Just 1, 2, 3, 4. You would create this. Okay, here's an invalid operation that I need to fix, I guess. Let's see what happened there. It's in here. And I don't know why you would not want the new created class to show up here. Again. So I think the invalid operation was because it was searching for the real name of the asset and not the drop-down name. Just maybe I will do something about that, because it's a little bit hard in the code to make the difference. Okay, now the list is working when we add something. Now you have a new brush. And I could hide the brush that you create, but I think it's kind of nonsense to do that. So I'm trying to find a case where this makes sense. It's nice to make a feature and then realize that the feature does not make sense. That doesn't matter that much, because the second thing with the hide default instance, it actually makes sense. But with the hide asset instances, I don't. Okay, let's first try to come up with a case.
Maybe if people want to focus on other tools, they hide the brush.
You mean if you have a set of brush types and I think you're mixing up tools and brush right now.
Do you know, just guessing.
Yeah. So there's something where I think it would be nice to also filter the brush. I don't need to do that now, but it would be nice to have a filter for the brush later. Like you can filter this list by brush type. If you have a really long list of brushes, that would be nice. It's not that easy to make that many brushes or that you lose control. If you maybe have a lot of brushes and you want to manually sort them, and you go in the code, say, okay, I don't want to see these brushes right now. Can we hide them? And then you can only see the brushes derived from the class, but not the brushes that you have constructed here. I wouldn't say that's important. I think that's really an edge case. But okay, we got one case where maybe want to filter, kind of check what kind of brush is what type. Yeah, okay, that would be. But that is kind of very niche valid. I mean, it will still be better if you have a filter. Like in here, for this list can really go can get really long if you don't filter it. Yeah, this is every object in the game, and right now it's displaying all the objects. And you can do the same with brushes that you in a, let's say, AAA game environment where you have multiple people working on the project, that the list of things inside of objects in the list just gets so long that you need to filter that. And then you can go in here and set this to true to see what kind of brushes are just the base type. But I think it's better to add a filter list right next to the brush option. But that is something that I have in the version 1.1 list. Yeah, filter brush list by brush type. Because currently with the amount of brush types that I have, I only have one brush type, and every other brush type is just a test brush. So it doesn't make sense to have a filter. But once I get to a point where I have multiple brush types, I can filter them by brush type. So when I would be able to filter by brush type, would there be still a need for this? And the case that was just defined is gone. Maybe there's another case. It would be something. If you make an abstract class and really don't want the class to ever show up, and the instances. If you make if you're in a project with multiple people and want to really enforce that nobody can make an object of that type, I think that's easier.
Maybe it's like feature flagging.
Feature flagging. Yeah, I mean, it's an attribute. It's not that different from a flag. But even with flags, you can always question, why do we have that flag? The thing is, it's not just a feature. It also has some code with it, and I just argue with everything.
Some products feature flag everything.
Yeah. Okay. I don't. I wouldn't do that. Because yeah, okay. Because there's code that does something. Now the code is really simple. That's why I would give it a pass. Yeah, okay. If you can flag things, I don't know. Then I would want the user to be able to add his own flags. It's not the same as with the attributes, because you cannot add any custom flags in here. I think for feature flagging, this wouldn't pass. Since the attribute is static. I don't know if you can inherit from the main attribute and define your own. try that out. I don't think that works, but let's try. You can inherit. Will I be able to add in another string though? Oh. Probably. But it works. I think it will throw an error. Oh, it's perfectly fine. But that method won't get the attribute. Hmm. Mm-hmm.
Software and game dev doesn't get many new viewers. You can try politics, that seems to get the most new people, but then you'll get a lot of Lilliputans.
Yeah, but I think if you're programming and streaming it, I don't think you should worry about having many viewers, because even if I get a lot of fluctuation, if a lot of people get into the stream just to watch it, once they see code, and when sometimes I mute my mic for hours like this and just code. I'm not going to get a lot of viewers there. Yeah. I mean, there's things in the stream where I think they stream.
True, those politicians would freak out.
I think they would just watch another stream or ignore that. Like, I also don't want to get into politics right now, because it would distract me too much. When I was younger, I was like, hey, getting into politics and understanding politics is important because you understand how the world is going, what is happening in the world, and I still think that is important to understand what's going on. But it's not. But nowadays, I think it's not that important to have a strong opinion on that.
I'm not into politics, but sometimes I stream there for new people.
Ah, cool. How's it going? Do you get really cool people who are interested in politics, or do you get more of the incel degenerate type? Incel and degenerate is not the same, but trolls, weird people.
I get degenerate anti-Semites.
Ah. Yeah, you can just write I'm a Jew and then they come in like the flies or something.
Haha, good idea.
I mean, you don't even have to do anything else. Yeah, just that would literally be enough to get some viewers, but the viewers wouldn't stay, and the viewers that would stay probably wouldn't be that nice. Like I've seen people who have been going around streams. I was on a LAN party, where you would pick up your PC and we would just game the whole night, yeah. And we had some guys who would watch random streams of some girls, and they would just insult them, and they really got their kicks off when they made them cry. And I was okay, that is, yeah, I don't understand that. Yeah, but I do understand actually that it makes them feel powerful. I deeply question the moral behind that. Also, it's not good to stream and not have the mentality that you're going to have random people that are going to insult you sooner or later. So you should have some distance over there. Yeah. But it can get annoying because the energy that some people have in just trying to insult people, to do bad stuff and get their result, the energy that people put into their kind of things and effort can be frightening. It's like I've been working at when I was working at Solar Base, we were observing some hackers, and we caught them brute forcing by just typing in a lot of words. So the guys who were observing them were really like, okay, the hacker just spent a week guessing the keywords there, and they were really okay. And the hacker got it, but they were like, okay, that's kind of dumb. It was, I think, easy to fix. I don't have the details though. I just know that they talked about it a lot. That hackers often spend a lot of time on things where you would think as a web developer, okay, nobody's going to try that out because that would be ridiculous. Yeah, and that's often where hackers attack. and they just use their own time for that. And it was astonishing why people had the time to do that. Like, don't they have a job or something? Or something better to do? Okay, but for the future here, I want to be able to inherit from the base attribute. So I need to be. I want people to be able to inherit from the base attribute and then still have it working. It's something that I want to fix with the flags here. Attributes. It's not flags, it's attributes. Actually, I don't really know what qualifies a flag and attribute. I think their name is interchangeable. Or you can prove me wrong easily. I'm not going to research that right now. I'm not going to change the attributes that we have. They're working, and if somebody wants to hide the instances, he can. I want to be able to. I want people to be able to inherit from the base attribute and make their own attributes.
Version, it looks like, right?
Yeah. Yeah, this is one of the last big discussions that I have. I mean, this is the current task that I'm doing. Yeah. And after that I have this task, and I probably will come up with 1 or 2 tasks or something. But that's it then. I think the mapping also has an attribute, and it's not displayed in the drop-down list right now. That would be nice. I'm going to make a check here. Check mapping main drop-down list. Yeah. I really hope that I can finish the base set this week. That would be really nice. Okay, the one correction I have here, this case, flag is defined. I'm not sure what the flag does for the class, but attributes and flags are look like they are different.
Sounds like Unity probably has its own term flags. I was just talking about the general software concept.
I don't know. I know the this attribute you can give it to a class, and it's just I just copy pasted it from another idea, and this was just what I use and it works. Yeah, it fulfills my needs. I know that in Unity you can give flags to objects as well. Like I actually do in this class add flags to an object. Let me look at the code. I think it's in the paint function though. Here we have, for example, hide flags, and there you can set some kind of flags. It's just one example of flags. I've seen different flags in Unity, so they do exist. I think every object, yeah, every Unity
Feature
object.
flagging lets you turn off and on features easy. We first check something out, what kind of flags I have. Okay, I only have a default in every Unity object has hide flags, but that's something that used inside the internal Unity logic. Different, I think.
It's only used for the objects inside of the scene. I think I've seen flags in other things in Unity. They use it spontaneously for flagging different things. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure you can't flag everything. No, I'm not that deep into flagging. I just use flags, but I don't make flags too much, so.
This is what I was referring to. HTTPS launch darkly.com blog. What are feature flags?
Okay. What are feature flags?
Hello friends, my name's Cody and I look after developer relations here at LaunchDarkly. If you found your way here, you might be wondering what actually is a feature flag. A feature flag is a configuration in your code that executes based on what the value of that feature flag is. We use them to roll out new features into applications. So if you wanted to change the login screen for your application, you could wrap that in a feature flag, choose to enable that feature flag, and users would see that change. LaunchDarkly makes this concept scalable by giving you a platform that allows you to control those rollouts as well as roll them back when something goes wrong. We do this by giving you the ability to target individual users and teams with those changes. So if I wanted to roll out a new version of my marketing team's webpage with a new theme on it, I could target only the development team first and ensure that it works fine. Beyond that, I could say target only my US West users and gradually roll that change out across my entire user base. If there was a problem, say the page didn't render correctly, I could disable it and remove that change without having to redeploy the code. Feature flags let us control that aspect without doing a
Basically lets you
redeployment
turn on
entirely.
off
But it's not
features
just
without re-releasing the code.
Yeah, that's just what he said. Like, now I don't grasp everything that he says, but I think here over here, I don't know what he's flagging right now. A login function. I don't know if he's flagging the login function and can disable that with feature flagging. But it sounds like
we can
that.
look at this in the concept of APIs and how we would release a new version of an API. You might release V10 of an API and say only my dev team can consume this right now as we work out the bugs or release new capabilities into it. Ultimately, you could expand that out to your entire user base using a platform like LaunchDarkly and really control how many people are consuming that and how many people are experiencing that new change. Another example that we see is people using this to control application level configurations, things like what database they're consuming or what region they might be connecting to in a public cloud scenario. Once you start developing with feature flags, it simplifies
This
the way you
guideline
roll out
you
changes
aren't
and gives
gonna
you that fine-grained
separate a
control.
version using a flag.
Mm-hmm. So what I understood is that he's disabling using the version for certain people and only using the version for the dev team.
Over how people are experiencing your application. When things go wrong, you have the ability to back it out seamlessly without having to wait for that pipeline to run to redeploy. We've got a ton of resources out on LaunchDarkly around how to use feature flags and how you can start taking on development using them. We'd love for you to visit us. Let us know if you want to know more. Have a great one.
Yup, it should be enabling disabling features using UI buttons in this case.
Yeah. Okay.
My team might start using that company.
Oh. I think yeah. So when I've been in the ICD last time, I also been working on concepts of flags. Did we use flags? I think I didn't I wasn't involved in using flags. We were discussing custom flags for different versions. But the guys that I've been talking to were also kind of inexperienced and dumb. And actually, when
You
I
were observing the hacker at your job or school.
uh, at the job, yeah, at the job application. So I was actually busy in
Okay.
doing my own stuff, yeah, inside the team for the tasks that I've been assigned to, and we had a special set of students, and they would track hackers, and I would happen to sit next to them, so I would just catch everything that they were talking about, and every time at dinner they were also talking about that.
That's cool.
That's how I caught a lot of what is going on in basically the fields that they've been working on. A lot with WordPress, by the way. Like they said that they had a kind of tough relation with WordPress, where they taught them some kind of issues that they had, and I think WordPress did not react nicely. I'm not sure if it was WordPress though. Yeah, it has been some time. They said that WordPress had a lot of people that use WordPress, sorry, and because of that, there's also a lot of hackers that find a lot of problems, and they also found a lot of problems with WordPress, but they were also able to prove the issues, so they could get into contact and tell them what kind of problems they found. I'm not sure what kind of benefit they got from that, but there were guys that just liked to hack by themselves, and they were then working for Whipstack. It was Whipstack back then, and later when I was finished, I was working on my bachelor thesis over there, and after I was finished, later I heard that they were then balked by Sonar Source, and they themselves say internally they say they haven't been balked, they are fusing. But I think that just sounds nicer. But they say it really worked out very well because they have the same kind of architect field of
Do
expertise.
you want to apply there if you apply for jobs again?
No. Back then I actually wanted to work for them, but my level of expertise was not good enough. So after my bachelor thesis, they did not continue to work with me. I actually did not try to push myself into that. They later came back after a year or so,
Do German
and
software companies let you work from home? A lot of American ones let you since COVID.
it changes, yeah. So German companies, they're still they're backwards. They're very backwards. So you really have to go get lucky. But you should in Germany you should try to pick modern ones where you can work remotely, because what I observe is that the successful companies usually are pushing things like working remotely. You can still control who does contribute very well when you're working in remote. Now there is a study that if you working remotely, that there's more developers who don't contribute to the team effort, but there's also developers who suddenly go from 1x to 2x. So contribute twice as much as the average developer, and there's more 10x developers who just are so much deep into their job that they just yeah, go nuts in remote. But when I'm looking for a job, most companies in Germany do hybrid work, so they say you have to be at the office at some time, and then you can work remotely at some days. And I think that this is, if you're next to the workspace, this is all right, but I find it odd. And I don't like to move to different parts of Germany just for a job. Yeah, I think that's all right if you're not in the software branch. But I built up the whole space here in my apartment, and I don't want to move. Yeah, if I would move for every job, and I don't know, I usually try to work there for a couple of years at least. I think like 3 years is a good goal to work for a company.
Did you consider going somewhere like Philippines for your time away from work?
No. To the I want to go to the Netherlands one day. I actually have been learning Dutch, but the Philippines, only for vacation I would go over there. But I would like to go to the Netherlands because of their values. I would be missing the Europe. Outside of Europe, I would miss the European values too much. I wouldn't go to any country that is not deeply westernized. I mean, why would you pick the Philippines?
I was just thinking about places expats go to work remote, it seems. Mexico City a lot go to, I think.
Oh, is it safe there? I mean, my main
I
issue
think
with
just Mexico City is okay, but other parts aren't.
yeah, my problem with Mexico is I'm not the type of guy who wants to get into trouble. But I also don't like to back down on my opinion just to fit in. So places that aren't safe for open opinions are not for me.
Yes, police arrest me for no reason in Tijuana.
Oh, really? What did you do? Oh, no reason, yeah. So what they said that you did you look
I bribed
suspicious?
them to get out.
Lol. Okay. So every time I've been with the German police, I'm just really nice to them, and they let me off. I've been I've never had any problems with the police so far, because I always know these guys. They have to do better stuff than to mess with me. Since I actually never do anything that is worth considering their time. So I'm just really nice and say, okay, try to solve the issue as fast as possible, and they just go, and then I'm like, okay, I know you have better things to do. Let's just solve this quickly. And normally I don't even get a warning when I do something. Last time that I've been with the police, I've been outside, and I was in the kindergarten with my cat. So when I'm out with my cats, they go to places that men don't go. And yeah, I was just going to the kindergarten with my cat because I followed him and played around on their playground, and somebody called the police on me. And they were coming there with a van and another police car, and I think there were like 4 policemen, or 5 or 6, that were looking at me, and I just came down from the playground towards them and
I'm
explained.
always playing in playgrounds. I like to use them to do strength training.
Yeah, but it was a kindergarten, yeah. So you're not. It is some kind of. I'm not supposed to be there, yeah. So they let me go, and I'm like, okay. So you're giving me a warning. I want to do it again. You're giving me a warning, and they're not like, no, just go. They were just looking around if I was breaking in the kindergarten, but was standing there with my cat on my shoulder, and just answered the question, gave them my my personal data, and they were like, I think it was 3 or 2 minutes. After that, they were like, okay, but next
It was
time.
the cat, it wasn't me.
Yeah, and they were like, no, okay, next time call us, and I was like, I just try to not get the police called on me next time. Yeah, let's try that for. Yeah, but I really like to follow my cat wherever
Cat
he goes. Yeah, it's just kind of sad. Like, I'm not the type of guy who would ever steal anything or something. I just want to play with my cat, and I want the best for my cat, that he can, so that he has a really nice time. And then I take him and put him on top of a roof that he normally wouldn't get on, and climb on him, climb with him on top of some house or something, which I actually shouldn't do, but I don't know. If nobody's calling the police, that doesn't matter. Yeah, and yeah, it's just doing some parkour, yeah, with my cat, for fun. It's just pure fun. Yeah, and of course I did know that I can't be there legally, but I wasn't there the first time. I do that all the time with my cat, and nobody called the police so far. So right now I'm a little bit more aware of that. Yeah, whatever. It was fun as long as it lasted. Okay, I want to get some more things done before 10 o'clock. I want at least to have the inheritance solved and get to the next task. So, going to continue. So currently I'm looking into how do I get the
DNT right,
revived.
bud. I'm working to do what you need to.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay, I think that problem also has been solved. Now we can inherit from the main attribute with this attribute test. Give it a new custom attribute named test. Doesn't do anything. Just here to provide a case where you would want to write your own attribute by inheriting from the default attribute. And in this case, you could add your own custom attributes if you want to write something in there that you know about that you need. Okay. So I'm going to delete the test case right now. Probably going to write a sample later, but I'm working on the tutorial. I'm really excited to work on the tutorial, but that's going to take some time. Just have to be sure that you can inherit.
So currently it tells me that I can make this field read only, but then you wouldn't be able to inherit, you know. So that's all right. Just over here with the name. Both variables have been should be written with uppercase. So I need to come up with something so that the naming convention is correct. Because the public bool should not be in lowercase. Mm-hmm.
I'm going to fetch my cat real quick. Oh, we got some kind of visitor. Look at that small guy. Just like to zoom in on my cats. It's really dark in the rooms, and that's why the camera is kind of noisy. Hey Slayer. Wie geht's? He wants me to feed him.
Slayer.
He's actually named Slayer after the Doom Slayer. Yeah, I found him next to the trash.
Slayer.
And he's super nice. Like, I don't know why somebody would just yeah. I didn't find him in a good state. So I'm going to the other room and going to give them some snacks. That's why he's coming up.
Most feral cats are scared of people.
Yeah, he's actually scared, but he was never scared of myself because I just picked him up, and I don't know if I have some photos. When I picked him up, he was really, really sad when I picked him up. Unfortunately, I don't have the original photo right now in the drive. When I had him first, he looked a little bit like this, but he was full with his own shit. Yeah, and somebody dropped him in some kind of cat container just in front of the door. Yeah. And that's how I got him. So that's a really weird story. I don't know why somebody would do that. Because he's absolutely easy to treat. If you don't want a cat, because I've seen cats that use their claws too much or bite. Yeah, I can understand it a little bit, or if they are just scared. He's scared, but I just saw him outside. I picked him up immediately when I saw something was off. I just saw that something was off. He was walking like in that position outside and looking at me, and his behavior was weird. I was like, okay, if he's just a normal cat in the neighborhood, he's scared and probably just going to walk a little bit, but his walking pattern was totally off, and he was disoriented, also because he didn't receive food for some time. Yeah, and then I picked him up. Yeah, and at first he was really happy actually to get inside, but then he was kind of sad. I think because of his situation. I don't know what happened to him, but when I did visit the vet didn't know the cat, so I was then trying to find the owner for some time, but I couldn't find him. And I then had to wait half a year until I could claim ownership, and chipped him with a microchip and sterilized him. Yeah. Really weird story. Just found him outside. Yeah.
He's a little bit annoying, maybe. That's the only bad thing I can say, because when he wants to go outside, he gets annoying. He's a cat, yeah. That's nothing unusual. And now he wants some treats, then he goes and yells at me a little bit. Yeah, that's it. And everything else about him is just wonderful. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to feed them now.
He got used to being outside in his previous life.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't. Maybe that's the reason why they abandoned him. That's what I think. I think they had problems with understanding that he needs to go outside. And if a cat wants to go outside and doesn't get it, the cat is going nuts. Yeah, and that's probably what happened. But it could also be a situation where they just didn't have the money to provide for him, or somebody was a drunk in the house. I don't know. Something where they just robbed him.
working late today?
Yeah, I was like, hey, let's just work 5 hours or something, and then and that's kind of weak. It's just I have been sleeping and because of the sickness, and then now I'm like, actually I should go to bed, but I want to get shit done. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, it's not enough hours. I just need to get my you know your 7-8 hours in every day to get to a nice rhythm and get something accomplished. Yeah. And when I don't get enough hours in, it's okay. Yeah. But if I want to get finished, I need to get enough hours into my work. I mean, working for hours does not mean that you're doing well. I know I've seen people who say they work 10, 11 hours and they don't do anything, and I'm like, bro. Yeah. But it's also maybe the kind of people who watch memes the whole time and don't do anything or procrastinate the whole time. I don't say that I don't procrastinate. But I try to keep it as focused as it can be. How many hours do you effectively work every day? And because there's there's a lot of different concepts about how many hours are effective.
I try to do around 8, but I distract myself a bunch, I guess.
So you try 8, and you say you distract yourself a little bit. So how many hours would you say are normally your effective working hours, where you really do stuff and are kind of locked in and focused?
Maybe 6.
Maybe 6, yeah. So there are some studies that say that most people, or everybody is effectively just working 6 hours. I know that if I really have to get something to the finishing line, that I can get more hours in, but it's only possible, at least in programming, I think, if you have the base work done to be able to just get the last steps down. Like if I wanted to release this on Sunday, I could just work overtime 10 hours every day. Probably would be a little bit rushed, but it would be possible. Yeah. But that's only possible because the base work is already done. Yeah. But I also, even when I stream, I think because of eating, because I often pet my cats, I also think I normally get around 6 to 8 hours every day in with real work, I would say. Yeah. Now I think that planning and thinking about things and thinking about the correct variable names, that is actual work. But the distraction is sometimes I just sit here and stare at things randomly. Yeah. Looking out of the window, or a few minutes ago I just took a sheet of paper and made a ball and threw it at the cats. Yeah. That's maybe my main distraction source, that the cats provide me with some kind of Playfulness. Yeah. Other people have kids, so I don't mind. The cats distracting me a little bit. Like that. It's funny because I think it would be nice if you would have a job where you just work 6 hours. But then if I distract myself in these 6 hours, I only get 4 hours in. So I need 8 hours because I didn't distract myself for 2 hours. That's not good. I'm more the fan of, hey, I think 6 hours is perfect if you are working by yourself, by the way, because then you can really have a very good work-life balance. But you would have to get to work 6 days per week, and I think that's a no-go for most people.
Next week my Starlink arrives, I'm gonna stream from the land.
Oh, Starlink, that's interesting. So you're really the traveling type, I guess. You didn't write a lot about traveling and basically programming from everywhere. What keeps you outside?
The land I'm gonna plant my trees doesn't have any reception. I mean cell phone reception.
Ah. Okay, yeah.
Hopefully Starlink will be good.
Yeah, I think I don't know. It's good enough for the for the Ukrainian military. So, yeah.
I just feel better outside. I'm not sure why. I think cause I had to stay inside so much as a kid for school and my parents.
Oh, so I always had to stay outside. Maybe that's why I like to stay inside. I mean, I can imagine it. I always see the pictures of people getting around, but if I look at the pictures of people coding in the park or something, coding in a park, yeah, like where's the second monitor? Where do you place your second monitor if you just go somewhere? Do you have everything easy to set up, or have you some kind of station where you can set your things up very fast, or how do you do that? Okay, these are kids. Normally I see these stock photos of stock images of people coding
You
in the
can
park.
see my setup here. https www.instagram.com real dbarq71pqrsutm source ig web button share sheet igshmsrolodban floza.
Okay. That's a video where
It's
you
after the jewelry.
after the jewelry.
No, I mean same video.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Here, yeah. It's just sometimes hard to find that bar over here. It didn't want to pop up. Ah, so there it is. Ah, there. So that is some kind of. I would say this is a power station or a hub.
I didn't have my second travel monitor that day, I guess.
Ah. That. Oh, that's unfortunate because
Yep, it's a big battery.
that was the thing that I would have liked the most to see. Where you put the second monitor. Is it just a monitor that you put it on the desk and then put a cable in, or is it something special?
It folds and it has magnetic cover to hold it up.
Ah. Wait, it folds? Is it one monitor or is it two in one? Or is it one monitor that you fold up like a phone?
It's this one https www.amazon.com dpb088d8jg3l.
Another question: do you use a mouse or are you a trackpad user? Ah, that's what you mean with foldable. Yeah, okay, that's
I use a mouse normally.
okay. Do you use the Apple mouse?
Yup, Apple mouse and keyboard.
Ooh. Yeah. And then you set yourself up in the park and go and do your
I put
stuff.
my laptop on https www.amazon.com dpb08js9pjd7.
Oh yeah, that's your laptop stand. Yeah, when I had a laptop, but it was a Windows laptop. The laptop had also a stand, but the Windows laptop, they really need a stand because they produce that much heat. I'm not sure how it will be with the newer versions of the Windows laptops because they start to swap over to ARM-based architecture, which is basically what they maybe should have invested in a little bit earlier. Kind of had that wait a little bit late. But and then with the Windows laptops and the current ones, especially if they are gaming laptops,
I like it
they
cause it brings the monitor closer to me when I'm using a mouse and keyboard in front of it. That's what I'm using now.
yeah, and you don't need to have extra fans on underneath the laptop. Like the Windows laptop, it was, I wouldn't say it was annoyingly loud, but it's definitely a change from having a normal PC, where the fan would ramp up once you would go and just do your stuff. It would ramp up with the fans just for starting the Windows environment. Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. Aren't you afraid that people steal your equipment? Like, okay, there's nobody over
I
there.
don't step away from it for too long.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Guess. Guess that's how you handle it. I guess it depends a little bit on the environment too. I'm not sure if people who steal would immediately get excited if they see somebody coding in the park. Depends a little bit on the area you are in, I guess. But people who steal, so some of them they see someone and see something of value and they immediately get active, as kind of annoying. Once you have had anything stolen by someone, the kind of get the pattern how they work with. And sometimes some people steal and it doesn't even matter if they have any value of it. They just steal first and then see later if they can get any value out of that. It's really annoying. I'm trying to get one last fix in. I'm pretty happy with the current task, but I have another thing that I found. It's more in the testing area than the actual feature that I'm working on. But I just found if you randomly delete internal references, and there's an error. Now you cannot avoid everything if people go in and delete internal references, what you are not supposed to do. But I think this specific error here is a little bit irritating and should be fixed, because trying to get these tools, and in the getter there's already a check that should see if the tools are not existing, and then it should refresh the cache. And for some reason I don't see why it still says the sequence does not contain a matching element. In the worst case, no, it should actually work with the code. I have to see what is actually happening. But after that, I'm pretty much going off. Refresh. Okay. I think that's it for today. With the solution here for there's specific problem if you delete the internal references as tools, which doesn't worry me doesn't worry me that much actually. That if you go in and delete the tools, that you get an error because of that. That's actually not a problem, because you shouldn't go in and delete things that are needed at one time. Yeah. But there's something else that has been worrying me. And I will write that down. If you delete the assets here, and this should be actually completely fine. Because now, when it goes and tries to get the assets, it's supposed to go in like this. The brush adds these tools. When it adds these tools, it wants to check if to get the tool out of the tool list, and in the tool list it will then get into the getter, and the getter will check if if this type exists, and if no, check if the tool list is correct by looking at is the tool list null, is it the same amount as the types that should be there. I think it should go through the types and see if every type is in there. And oh no, it's going to do that. No, it's not comparing the types. That's not that good. Maybe you should write that down. But then there's the problem that when it then refreshes its catch, it goes in here and creates new assets for the tools, and then is supposed to add them to a list. But looks like when it's creating the assets, it's not finding them in that call afterwards. And I think this is sometimes in Unity you have methods that create things and you then have to skip a frame or yield return or await until the thing is created. However, I've already checked, there is no yield or await available right now, so can't really wait for the assets to have been created, which is not good. Unfortunately, the equation function is void.
If it's async, there should be something.
It's not async. Yeah, I tracked this.
Like then.
So first of all, you have this load at asset at path. That doesn't matter for our case, because in our case the asset has been deleted.
So it's going into this, okay, I didn't find the loaded asset, and trying to create the asset. Yeah. And then it goes into create instance. That has a return time though. Oh yeah, it's goodwill object. And it's going to create an instance and save that. And here is the last method we need, and that's just void. And here we would either need the asset that is created as a return value, so that we just get stuck until we get the asset back, or a yield return, something to await here. And that
Asset is void or asset path.
The asset is void. I'm going to check if there's more declarations. No, that's the only declaration. So I'm going to look into this next time. Either this is going to just get stuck, and yeah, but it seems like this is creating it, but Unity has some kind of update function. Maybe I can read this in the documentation. It doesn't specify when if it's doing it immediately. So the way they treated it, it should be done immediately though. So here they create the asset and get the asset path directly after. So here, I don't know. So I don't know what the problem is, but it seems like after I create the asset, it can't find asset in that method with that call. But if I call it again, it is there. So I think that that's so I'm just guessing right now, yeah. But this is something that I will look into next time. It doesn't bother me that much if somebody deletes the tools and then you have a bug. But it would be really nice that once you call the tools with anything, I don't know what I else will do.
Maybe because it's static.
I don't know.
I will have to make some proof next time, yeah,
Are
because
you relying on any data being saved in the class?
I'm relying on the asset being saved. So if you delete the asset here, yeah, I delete them, and then it goes in and tries to get the asset, yeah. And when it detects, okay, there's no asset, it's going to refresh itself, and in the refresh function it says create the asset and then load them into the list, yeah. And in between creation and then finding the asset, here's the problem, yeah. It creates the assets, and if I go in here, I can really see that it will create the asset. Yeah, it created the assets, but then it's that the GUI count is 0, so it didn't find within. So this method here didn't work. So I have to swap out the method. If I go in again, the method works just fine. So it's a little bit quirky. And now it finds the assets.
Yeah, maybe the find assets method is using the wrong name to look up the assets.
It's going by a type. It's going by type. It's not a name. Or it's the name of this type, but this is filter where it's the type of this class. Yeah, now I could just type it in as a string. It would be the same. But it can't. Basically, this returns 0 things just when I created them. So something's going on here where I don't know if the asset database needs to register the assets first.
Oh, if it works the second time, then I think like you're saying it's just creating it async and continuing the method.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. It's a little bit weird because in the documentation they create the asset and then they get it immediately with 2 static methods. Excuse me. So they actually don't see a problem with that. So yeah, I will look into this next time. I will just write a task down. Look into why weighted tools are not found.
Maybe the path is immediate, but maybe actually loading it async.
Yeah, something like that. That's why I'm looking at the documentation. And if the documentation does not tell me, I'm just out in the open. Yeah, it looks like it would wait. Yeah, like you have this call, and the call should wait until the asset is created, and then it goes on with the next lines of code.
Can you click create asset?
That's where I'm at. This is the documentation for create asset. So if I click create asset, I'm getting back to the site. Yeah. But I'm really going to summarize all the other things. For today, I've gotten the brush attributes to work. So that is done. And I'm also checking the mapping name in the drop-down list with the attribute. It's done, and also I've added this mapping a serious field to mapping and tools. So this is what has been done today. You can define your own tool, the tools that a brush should be using. And if I go in here, you can see the tools over here have been added. You can you can define them by yourself, but not every tool is working with every brush just by definition, because this brush needs game objects to work with. So if a brush doesn't work with game objects because it's working with a texture or something else, then the tool is not compatible. So if I go in here, I've just added some tools and it checks, okay, this tool is not
However,
compatible.
If you're waiting for it to be reflected in the project window called Sharp Copy Edit Asset Database Save Assets Asset Database Refresh.
Okay, I'm going.
ChatGPT
That's an idea. Save assets and refresh. Let's just try that out. Okay, delete them. Would be nice if that would just immediately work. No, I didn't do it. Unfortunately, no. Yeah. That sounded logical, but maybe I'm looking at something else that is going wrong. Yeah, but that was a really good guess by ChatGPT. Yeah. Yeah.
Have you thought about trying Cursor AI HTTPS www.cursor.com? But probably doesn't work with Unity.
Oh, is it some kind of vibe coding?
Right, vibe coding thing.
Yeah, I really thought about that. Like, there's vibe coders and they say that it is really cool, and they don't code. They let the AI code, and then they just give it the errors to fix the errors, and they say they don't look at the code at all. This doesn't look like exactly vibe coding, but something close. Yeah, I actually have something like this. Like when I just go in here, stop. Here you have this suggestion by the JetBrains AI assistant. I already have an AI assistant. In most cases, though, it's not that useful. Yeah, I use it more in this chat. Normally the suggestions that come up are not very useful. Actually, only use this kind of window. The suggestions that I get are more like amusement than a real help. Maybe I used them a couple of times, but on nothing that really saved me some time. What time saving is asking the AI system right here in that tab. Yeah. But I would really like to do some vibe coding, but I think I won't. Yeah, I think I won't wipe code, unfortunately. Just if I look at the next things that I want to do, I don't think that wipe coding will be available for me. Yeah. Okay. So I've done the minimum of tasks that I wanted to do for today. Next task go more into testing. I don't know what exactly I want to do here with the tool. Well, what I will try next time is to get another method to find the assets. Because maybe that method is not the best idea. I don't know. Yeah, I will go in here next time and see what I can do, because I'm pretty sure there are other methods that I can find try out. And for now, I want to say thank you for tuning in and have fun with your own work. I'm off for now, giving the cats more snacks and probably not going to be awake for long. Thank you. You too. Good night.